early morning hours today. But don't worry, you can trust and depend on the Fox 35 storm team. So I am here as well as Chief Meteorologist Jamie King. This is something that we're going to be keeping a very, very close eye out for. Right now, seeing some of the heaviest, strongest winds just to the east of Reddick at this moment. But it does look like that tornado watch in effect until 8 a.m., but the warning will be in effect until 4:30 this morning. So it does look like that was expanded just a bit from our first look a little bit earlier.
Exactly. And Allie, right now, looks as though we are tracking this now. It is moving very quickly, as we see with these tropical systems. I'm going to draw a track on this, Al. So just please bear with me here as we kind of regroup. This just popped up now. So for those of you in that area at this time, you need to find your safe place at this time. I'm going to head on back over here and give you the very latest as we take a look at what's happening here for you. And again, Allison, you know, with the rotation we're finding in the atmosphere now, it does look like not only is this moving very quickly, but the potential now for the tornado watch will continue to expand up into maybe portions of northern Florida, so our northern viewing area. Yeah,
that's exactly right. And something that I do want to mention that Jamie and I talked about this morning, usually when we're tracking these tornado warnings, we are seeing a ton of lightning. That's our usual summertime thunderstorms that we see here in Florida. But with this tropical system, we're not actually tracking much lightning at all. It's going to be very, very heavy rain. You can see those pinks on your screen. That's going to be blinding rain that we are seeing at this moment, and the reds, but also very gusty winds. This is happening just to the east of Reddick in Marion County at the moment, and just to the east of the I-75 corridor. So if you do live in Reddick or you know anybody that is there, I know that it's early this morning, but we want to make sure that everybody is staying safe and in their safe place this morning. This trend will be continuing through at least 10, if not 12 o'clock this afternoon. As soon as Elsa does make landfall, looks like that's going to be right around 8 a.m. this morning. Jamie, we're going to be here watching this.
We are, and those of you in the McIntosh area and Micanopy right now, find your safe place, please. Within 15 minutes, this dangerous cell will be in the Micanopy area, and Allison, and moving very rapidly now at 40 miles per hour into that northwesterly direction.
Yeah, that's very, very strong. And as you can see, Gainesville and Alachua are up that way. So if this system does continue, and we do continue to track this tornado warned area moving north, you do need to be aware in these regions. So Reddick, right now, make sure that you are in your safe place. The brightest reds that you're seeing on your screen is where we do have the potential for some of that rotation. So again, just to the east, we're looking at Northwest 155th Street, as well as County Road 329. If you do live to the north and to the west of that, that is the area that we are tracking with the potential for rotation. Again, this is radar indicated, but we do want to mention that doesn't mean that there isn't potentially something rotated and even a funnel cloud. Again, it's very early. It's only 4:07 in the morning, but this will be continuing until 4:30 this morning, Jamie.
Okay, so Allie, drawn out the track here, northwest expansion of this cell at 40 miles per hour. So in that general direction. So this will be in the Micanopy area there at 17 minutes. We've got to watch out because this looks, Allie, like this may bleed over into Alachua County. That's the thing with these storm cells as they radiate out from these tropical systems. You get that spin, you get that very fast forward motion, that momentum, so it jumps county to county to county with ease. It covers a lot of territory with great efficiency and speed.
That's very true. And something that we're seeing, why it's moving so quickly, coming from Tropical Storm Elsa. And we were talking about, like I mentioned, the potential for some isolated tornadoes. So this is actually the third tornado warning that I believe we've covered this morning, but I do expect there to be more as we continue throughout the early morning hours. If you live in Reddick, make sure that you are in your safe place. Where we are seeing this brightest green on your screen just to the south, that's where we are tracking the potential for that rotation. So Reddick, this is coming to you within a minute, Micanopy in about 16 minutes. And this is live in Marion County, but it could be moving into Alachua very, very quickly. Moving at 40 miles per hour, that's not something that we usually see with our afternoon thunderstorms in Florida, but this is coming from Elsa, so this is completely different territory. Again, not tracking any lightning strikes up in the left-hand corner of your screen, actually 0 at the moment, but that doesn't mean that we aren't seeing very, very heavy rainfall near Reddick, Millwood, Fairfield. If you live in any of these cities that I'm naming off, make sure that you're in a safe place. That does mean away from any windows in the most center room of your house. And as we do continue throughout the morning hours, if you have a bike helmet, maybe that's something that you can have by your side just in case we do see any of these tornadoes. But Jamie, this is radar indicated at the moment.
It is, and I'm getting word now from the National Weather Service, our partners up in Jacksonville at the forecast office in Duval County. This circulation, and we've got it here live on the Fox 35 Storm Tracker radars, passing now over the town of Lowell. So between Reddick and Lowell right now, as Allie did a great job in mentioning here that, and I'll circle this area, it's this area right here, these brighter greens, radar indicated. So Allie, this may actually be in the uppers of the atmosphere. Again, radar indicated. So obviously we're still in the darkness of early morning. There's heavy rain, so if there's any circulation, likely becoming a little bit rain wrap. But right now it looks as though we're starting to monitor a little bit of more of what we call that vertical shear spreading north across Alachua and Marion County. So it looks like through dawn, as we get in towards sunrise, we're going to be dealing with a couple of these spinners that we typically do find in these tropical outbreaks, in these events. Fast moving, sometimes they're not even down on the ground, but it's a warning nonetheless. And the people there in Lowell and Reddick need to be in their safe place right now. And mainly, I'd say Reddick, soon Irvine to Fort Drane and over to Orange Lake. Yes, that entire path. I'll go ahead and draw another path out on this, Allie. But again, let's talk more about how quickly these things are moving as these outer bands continue flaring in off of Elsa.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So Tropical Storm Elsa, last time I measured it, it was about 40 miles off the coast of the peninsula. So it's moving parallel up toward the north, but these outer rain bands are going to keep spinning off, and that's something that we will be seeing through at least 10, 11 o'clock this morning. We want to make sure everyone's staying aware. It's moving at 40 miles per hour toward the northwest. That's just how fast this storm is moving, and these outer rain bands. So right now it is radar indicated, but I do want to mention that we are going to be seeing very heavy rain, and because it's so early this morning that any of that rotation could be hard to see. So basically it's going to be moving right up the I-75 corridor. If that was going to be part of your morning commute, if you're an early riser heading out, I would say back off. Let's just wait until this system does continue to move up to the north, but we're going to be seeing this tornado warning until 4:30 this morning. So Reddick, if you live in that area, this rotation, which again is radar indicated in the upper levels of the atmosphere right now, is over you. So we just want to make sure that you are staying in your safe place and that you are staying weather aware. You can see the heaviest rain is through Reddick right now, moving up through Fairfield, Orange Lake, McIntosh right now. So we're going to be seeing this, our triple threat graphic. We love this graphic because it can show exactly what we are seeing inside of the storm. So some of the heaviest rain falling at 2 inches per hour. That's going to be blinding. If you're trying to get on the road right now, it is not going to be safe to get outside and drive. So we want to make sure that everybody is staying in their safe place, moving right up along the I-75 corridor in Marion County right now. I do want to mention Gainesville, even though you are not in this polygon, if this tornado warning were to stay, because it's moving very rapidly at 40 miles per hour, it could be moving into your area. So even though we're not seeing that tornado warning right now, we do want everybody to make sure that you're looking ahead, because these storms are moving very, very quickly at the moment. Where you're seeing this pink color on your screen, that's going to be the heaviest rain. So moving toward Irvine and Fort Drane as we speak along the I-75 corridor. Jamie, this is something that we're going to be seeing continue throughout the morning.
And you expect this, Allison, during these tropical events. It's always certainly expected when we have a storm, even a weaker tropical storm with those rain bands expanding up and out. I mean, literally the entire atmosphere has that tendency of spinning, and that's what's happening right now. So as these rain bands begin to propel inland and project out into the counties here through the interior of north central, east central Florida through our viewing area, you do get that rotation. So Allison, great job again showing that area right now, radar indicated. So this may be up above the ground in rotation, but we have to tell the people about it because at any time that funnel can come down to the surface of the earth and impact people here. So again, on the timeline there in the Reddick area right now, McIntosh about 8 minutes and 15 minutes until we're seeing this moving into Micanopy. So if anything, if there is no tornado in the warned area and it's an upper level spin, and sometimes they are, at the very least, you're going to get some blinding rainfall. And you can see from Fairfield out to I-75 out, that is super heavy rain. So whoever's underneath that right now, I can tell you exactly what type of rain we're talking about here. I mean, just tremendous rain amounts within that core there. You see nearly 5 inches per hour. So what a testament to a severe thunderstorm cell, Allison, but also with that influence of the tropics right there.
And that's why we're seeing so much rain and no lightning associated with it. I still can't express that enough, that even if you aren't hearing any thunder or seeing lightning in your area, this still is the potential for a tornado in the region. Again, it's radar indicated and most likely in the upper levels of the atmosphere. But I do want to mention that there are trained spotters in the area. So even though it's 4:15, it is pitch black outside right now. That doesn't mean that we aren't seeing spotters up in that region, trying to see if they do see any of that rotation, potentially a funnel in the upper levels of the atmosphere. But this is all coming from what is now Tropical Storm Elsa. We've been talking about the chance for some tornadoes to continue throughout the morning, and that's exactly what we are seeing. So I wouldn't be surprised if we are tracking several more tornado warnings. We want to make sure that everybody is downloading our Fox 35 Storm Team weather app. There you will get alerted if there is a tornado warning in your area, and that's very important, especially as folks are going to be heading out to work in the next few hours. We want to make sure that everybody is staying safe, and you can see just how heavy the rainfall is, because like we mentioned, we're seeing just shy of 5 inches of rain falling per hour within just this storm system. So we're going to be seeing that across our entire viewing area. So if you're heading out in the morning, it might not be safe to maybe drive in some of this blinding rain. So maybe you'll wait until one of the rain bands pass. We just want to make sure that everybody is going to be staying safe through this storm. So that's going to be the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app. It is free in the Apple App Store, Android, wherever you get your apps, Jamie. It's a very great app.
It's an invaluable tool, and we've said it and I'll say it again. It's like the best free way to stay safe, right? You download that app, all the watches, all the warnings. So Allison, I've drawn out another track here. And again, as we look at this moving rapidly at 40 miles per hour, we'll be in Gainesville in 25 minutes. So those of you out near the University of Florida through the Gainesville Metro, stay with us here. Of course, we're responsible for another television station up there, our sister station, Fox 51 WOGX, broadcasting through North Central Florida. So we've not forgotten about you through this entire event. We got you covered now. And that storm track heading in toward Alachua County. Gainesville, looks like you're in that cone there within about 25 minutes. Very heavy rain. And Allison, as you've done a great job at indicating what we call radar indicated rotation. You see a little bit of a wrap and spin there. Looks like, again, we've got another one coming in for here. Allison, go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and analyze some more messaging coming across. Go ahead. Tell our viewers about how fast these are moving now in toward the Gainesville area, into Alachua County. The very heavy threat of rainfall now.
Very, very heavy. So this is actually a live look from Polk County in the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder truck. So we were tracking a tornado warning just to the south of Polk County. This is not the one that we are currently looking on our screen, but you can see live pictures from our Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder truck. There is a ton of rain falling, and as you can see, the roads are very, very wet and slick. So it's probably not the best time to actually get out on the roads. This is a live look from Marion County at the moment. I mean, we are seeing ponding on the roads. That's something else that there's a threat of. Localized flooding, especially in low-lying areas. So if that's your neighborhood, make sure that you are staying aware of that as you head out this morning. Now, I do want to mention this is a live look at our tornado warning.
Lake County now. Lake County, tornado warning for Lake County, Allison.
Okay, so we are tracking two in our viewing area at the moment. This is from Lake County. Tornado warning until 4:45 this morning. If you live in Lake Griffith, Silver Lake Drive, I'm looking on our screen, Libsyn, this is where we are tracking not only the heaviest rainfall, but the potential for some rotation. And that's going to be in the upper levels of our atmosphere currently. You can see over Silver Lake right now. This is where we do have radar indicated rotation. Again, that could be in the higher levels of the atmosphere, but nonetheless, we could be seeing a funnel cloud come out of this. It's most likely rain wrapped, and we are seeing dark conditions outside, so it may be difficult to see, which is something that we're going to be keeping a very close eye out for. So the Villages, it looks like you are just outside of this tornado warned area, but Leesburg, Fruitland Park, and the Villages, you're right on the edge. So we want to make sure that if you live in these areas that you are staying weather aware and going to your safe place. Again, these storms are moving very, very rapidly, anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour. But Lake Yale, Grand Island, Harbor Shores, Bassville Park, and Silver Lake. If I named a city that you're living in, we want to make sure that you are staying inside and in your safe place. Jamie, we are now tracking 2 tornado warnings in our viewing area at the moment.
We are. Again, this storm in Lake County, radar indicated rotation. This comes from our partners at the National Weather Service over in the Melbourne Forecast Office in Brevard, over Emeralda, moving north at 35 miles per hour. So if we take a look at that area right now, Allison, north of the Silver Lake and Bassville areas here, we start to get into a little more rural area here of Lake County. So right now around Felkins Road and right on Drive, it looks as though that circulation is heading in that general direction. This one is moving northerly at a pretty good clip right now at 35 miles per hour. So that's the very latest. I'll go ahead and animate this so we can see that motion, and you can see, right there, that is where the velocity scan is picking that up. Now, we're not seeing a very well-defined couplet, which is normally very typical, Alison, of something that's maybe in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Again, sometimes you get a lot of these within these tropical entities, a storm, a hurricane, something in the Gulf of Mexico, sending these rotating rain bands in. And the end result is something that's a little bit higher in the atmosphere, which is a good thing, but we've got a tornado warning. That's a bad thing, and you need to know that. So right now across Lake County, Al, tracking that, I'm going to go ahead and redraw the track on this and continue to refine it, because this may slip on over to areas north in the southeastern Marion County. We're also again showing you what is happening here. I don't want to neglect Lake County now, but also up in the Reddick area and Micanopy, now leaving Marion County, trying to get into Alachua County, is yet another tornado warning. This one will continue until we get into the next 15 minutes. It appears again that we will see this expire at about 4:30's time for the Marion tornado.
Marion County, and the one that's in Lake County will be expiring at 4:45. So this is something that we will be tracking for the next 25 minutes for you. But I do want to mention the rotation is now moving north of Reddick. So I'm not saying that Reddick is in the clear, but where we are tracking the potential for that rotation is going to be moving up to the north. But you can see this tornado warning is extending into Alachua County. They're not even under a tornado watch. I wouldn't be surprised if that watch is actually extended up to the north as Elsa continues to move parallel with the Florida Peninsula. But where we are seeing some of that rotation is going to be near Flemington, currently passing through Irvine, south side. You are in that cone where we could be seeing that rotation actually moving right on up. South side, there we go. Irvine to Flemington to south side. That's where the heaviest rain is falling. That's going to be the red on your screen and actually could be blinding at this time. So not going to be the best time to get outside. Also, we do have the potential for that rotation in the higher levels of the atmosphere. No, at least in this cell, we're not tracking any lightning strikes, but we do want to mention that there is the potential for some of that rotation. Jamie, if we could take it back down to Lake County just so we can zoom right on in.
I do. Right now over Lake Griffin. And again, folks at home, please bear with us. We're dealing with 2 now tornado warnings up in Marion County, soon to head over. That's by Flemington, by the way, the one in Marion. And that rotation is now beginning to weaken. So, Al, I'd like to focus our attention here and bring the radar scope in right here across Lake County. I'm going to put it on the Melbourne site here for you and show you. Here it is right now, again, showing us until 4:45 tornado warning for Lake County, located near Lake Griffin, moving northwesterly now at 25 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and broaden the view here, Al, and show you that area now that is of concern. Again, moving northwest at 25 miles per hour. So we'll drop it right here, show you that track, and take you down to areas here that could in fact see this. So
a bit more rural out there, like Jamie was mentioning. So we don't have any major cities on the board, but people still do live here, and we want to make sure that we are accounting for everyone and making sure that everyone is staying safe. It looks like Sheila right there. I believe that's a road, and it is going to be under very heavy rain shortly. This is in Lake County. The tornado warning goes until 4:45 this morning, moving off to the northwest. Now, something that I want to mention, this system is moving at about 25 miles per hour. hour. Definitely not quite as fast as the system in Marion County was moving, but either way, there is the potential for some rotation. Jamie's drawing a circle on your screen. This is where we need to be of most concern. You can see the brightest red on your screen is where we do have the potential for that rotation. We are seeing very heavy rain falling within this storm, and you can see that this system is moving very, very rapidly. So if you live in Big Scrub, this does have the potential to make its way toward your region, East Silver Spring Shore. Even though you're not in the tornado warned area, this system is moving directly toward you. So the purple on your screen is where we're seeing the heaviest rain, and this is going to be a rainfall rate, meaning how much rain is falling. We're looking at anywhere from 5 to about 6 inches per hour in some of these purple areas on your screen. That is a ton of rain in a short amount of time. So we want to let you know that there is the potential for some localized flooding, especially in low-lying areas as these very heavy rain bands make their way through. And I want to mention that we are seeing a few lightning strikes associated with this system, which is different from what we were seeing up in Marion County. But these rain bands have only made their way as far east as Lake County right now. And if you live in Orange or Seminole or Volusia, these rain bands are slowly going to continue to push east. So even though you're not under a tornado warning now, there is the potential we could be seeing that rotation pushing off to the east. So we do not want you to let your guard down as we head throughout the morning hours today. You can see a loop of what we are seeing right now, the tornado warning in Lake County. Jamie, if we can maybe zoom out to see both of them, just to see exactly what we're tracking right now.
Yeah, I'll take you into the Micanopy area now, Allison. This one, actually, the National Weather Service Jacksonville has continued this.
Okay.
This cell moving, looks like 11 miles northwest of Citra, moving northwest at 40. So this thing is cranking right now.
Wow.
Let me turn on the Jacksonville side here, Al. And by the way, the Lake County one, that'll slip over in the Marion, so around Lake Weir, that area. Everyone stay with us on that. This is a pretty impressive cell here, Allison.
Yeah. Look at that.
South and west of the Micanopy area. So those of you downstream of this here, up in Alachua County, in Gainesville, and up near Alachua, general area here, University of Florida, want you to think about finding your safe place, as we do anticipate this to potentially slip on over into those areas. I'll draw this track out again. This one was moving rather quickly at 35 miles per hour. So we'll fan it out. Looks like over toward Wacahoochee Road here, and then back across some of the interstates here.
State Highway 25.
And Archer Road, as you know, Al. So we're watching that now as that is moving rapidly into that direction at 35 miles per hour now.
Yeah, that's very right, Jamie. So we are seeing this, most of the circulation right now, or the radar indicated rotation, is in Marion County, but we are seeing some of that tornado warned area bleeding into Alachua, and this system is moving very rapidly, so that does mean that it's most likely going to be moving into Alachua. So if you live in Gainesville, it looks like this system's going to be pushing just to the west of you, but that doesn't mean that you can let your guard down, because we are seeing very heavy rain within these systems, and we're also going to be looking at the potential for some gusty winds continue over. So we are going to actually toss things over to Sydney right now.
We've got Jessica live in Marion County. Jessica, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Where in Marion are you right now, Jess?
I'm in Dunellen off of Highway 41 in front of the Dunellen City Hall, not too far from the Withlacoochee River right now. So I'm seeing rain, and over the last 10 minutes or so, I've noticed some wind push in, but so far I would say that things aren't too crazy out here right now. You can see that we have a little bit of traffic that's moving through the area here, and the road is wet, but I don't see any ponding or puddling or anything like that from the river just yet. So I know that I was talking to officials yesterday. They were saying that they want people to make sure that they're watching out for downed trees and power lines from the heavy rain and the strong winds that are moving through the area. They also did decide to open up a storm shelter, a special needs shelter at Westport High School in Ocala for people in the Highway 41 corridor here who may lose power or anything like that. So that's all we have right now here from Dunellen. We're reporting live. My name's Jessica Albert, Fox 35 News.
All right, Jessica Albert, thank you very much. Now, the important thing to remember, Jessica, is in southwestern Marion County, much tamer. That active warning now is getting ready to slip out of the Ocala area. It's now north and west of Ocala, and getting ready to head on over into Gainesville, Al. So I'm going to kind of do a little bit of a round robin here. We certainly want to keep the good people of North Central Florida updated as to what's happening with this active warning in their area. And then we'll kind of ping pong back and forth between this area and then take you on back down the lake. The Lake County rotation is now beginning to broaden a little bit, which is good news, okay? So we begin to lessen the potential for rotation. Still some heavy rainers out there. There's no doubt about it, and there's going to be a lot of heavy rain on the way in here shortly as that main band associated Elsa courses through the area. But I want to take a look at what's going on right now here as we show you the very latest on Fox 35 Storm Tracker Radar. Lisa, do you have information out of Polk? Okay, the storm. Lake Gibson there, very heavy rain that we're driving through. City Cameron right now in the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder truck doing a great job for us to give you an indication of how heavy that rain is right now moving through Polk County. So we do cover Polk County, mainly in the Four Corners area there, northeastern Polk. But again, there is some reception a little closer to Lakeland. So City Cameron out on I-4 right now demonstrating how heavy that rain is.
Exactly. And I think that that's a great way to look at these cameras and see this is a lot of rain falling in Polk County. Not even where we're seeing these tornado warned areas. So that means the rain is falling even heavier in these areas. So please do not go outside if you do live in any of the cities under the tornado warned area. You can download the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app and you will actually get alerted if there is a warning in your region. But taking a live look out at our tornado warning that is in Marion as well as Alachua counties moving through Micanopy as we speak. If this system does stay well defined, that rotation, it's going to be moving into Gainesville within the next 7 minutes, Alachua in 20, and High Springs in 38 minutes. That's showing just how fast this system is moving. And either way, heavy rain is going to be making its way into your area. So if you can, just hold off until some of these heavier rain bands do clear out of your area before you hit the roads. You saw a live look from our Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder truck. That was in Polk County. So moving up to the north, we will continue to track some even heavier rain bands. This is a live look with inside our storm. Our link system is the best of the best. We can actually go inside and just see how high some of these storms are moving and exactly how heavy the rain is. That's going to be that red color that you're seeing on your screen. This is slowly going to be pushing up toward Gainesville. Again, the tornado warned area, not including Gainesville yet. But, Jamie, this is something that we could see continue to push north throughout the rest of the morning. Now,
one thing I want to point out, Allison, is that we're probably going to see a few more of these spinners here. Circulation, by the way, on this near Moss Bluff in southeastern Marion County. In the next 10 minutes, we're going to take you down to southeastern Marion. But I want to just shed some light on the situation that these are what we call low top storm cells, right? So they don't soar big high into the atmosphere like our summertime thunderstorms. So they're a little low, they're a little squattier down closer to the surface, but those upper levels sometimes do rotate. I believe that's what's happening with this now. And I do want to focus on this. Again, this tornado warning going now for the Micanopy area and then eventually sliding over into Alachua. This is going to go until 5 o'clock this morning.
So this keeps getting extended. That's something that we really want to keep noting. That means there is the potential for some strong rotation within this system near Micanopy as we speak. Earlier, it was all the way down toward Reddick. So you can see that the tornado warned area is shrinking just a bit, not only tracking this system in Marion, Alachua County, but also a tornado warned system in Lake County. But as you can see right now, some of the heaviest rain looks like it's moving up toward the north into Marion. So is that the potential? Are they mentioning anything about this system moving up to the north?
Yeah, this is the southeastern Marion rotation here. It's about to kick on over. Yeah. So those of you in Big Scrub and Linnedale and Starks Ferry certainly want to think about maybe finding your safe place again. Radar circulation radar is showing the circulation here. You can see it right now, right around Starks Ferry. Allison, what's interesting is we're not seeing that classic red and green couplet. These are upper level rotations, I suspect. Our shear markers are not being triggered, so sometimes that is the case with these. But you know, you want to be safe rather than sorry, as we like to say here in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
And
so that's what we're dealing with right now.
And we've been talking about this tornado watch that our entire viewing area is under until 8 o'clock this morning. If you can see on your screen why it looks a little bit pink out to the right, that's the area that's under the tornado watch. But the area that is blinking red is under a tornado warning. It looks like that was extended or potentially a new system, Jamie, into Marion County now?
This is a new tornado warning. They're getting ready to expire the Lake County warning, so that's good news for the good people of Lake County. Right now, though, that's the green now right there that I'm tracking. And excuse me, as we take a look at how quick that's moving, that is cranking now off to the north at 40 miles per hour. Wow. So we're going to draw this track out. We're going to drop it right here and show you again a lot of open rural areas, though there are, I'm sure, residences within here, east of Ocklawaha, East Lake Weir. Allison, you can see some of these streets here, some of the roads, Forest Road,
the 573,
Fisher Road. Yeah, a lot of these areas. It's that long open rolling area there. Marion County, that's horse country, as you know. It is gorgeous up there, but right now we've got that distinct threat. That's that isolated cell right there. This is the one that has migrated out of North Lake County now and has transferred over to Marion. So this is what we find a lot with these types of systems. We talk about the tropical stuff. They throw these rain bands in from a great distance, and those cells are very transient. They hop county to county to county, and they could be on radar for an extended period of time. So Melbourne now has canceled the tornado warning for Lake. So that will focus our sights, Allison, on the southern southeastern areas of Marion County right now. I want to draw a fresh track on this, Allison. I'm going to go ahead and broaden the view on this.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Just to get an idea as to what we're dealing with here. Looks like a little more rotation may be developing as well along I-75. I just want to take a quick look here at the radar. Okay, very, very heavy rainfall. And this is that cell, Allison, that we're concerned with right now. I do want to take a look at the rainfall amounts, Allison. Let's talk about how heavy some of this rain is coming down now.
So we're looking at anywhere from 5 to potentially 6, even 7 inches of rain per hour that's falling within these systems. So what we are tracking right now is the tornado warned area that just moved out of Lake County, pushing up to the north, and it is now in Marion County. So you can see that the purple area on your screen, about 5 inches of rain falling per hour. That's going to be blinding rain. I do not recommend going outside, and we really don't want you to go outside because you are under a tornado warning. So as of right now, we're not seeing many big city names, but that doesn't mean that folks don't live in this area. It is beautiful country up here, and we want to make sure that everybody is staying safe. So this tornado warning will be live until 5 a.m. So just on the western side, we're seeing Ocala and Bellevue. You are technically not under the tornado warning, but that doesn't mean that you aren't seeing very, very heavy rain moving through your area. The villages, it looks like that radar indicated rotation, which we are seeing right here. That's going to be that sliver of pink. That's where the heaviest rain is falling, where the potential for some of that circulation is. So we want to make sure that everybody is staying safe. You are under a tornado warning. We want to mention that Marion County is currently under 2 separate tornado warnings, one of them in the southeast region, the other that's just on the border of Alachua County as right now. But Jamie is looking at our 3D radar. So we're actually looking inside the storm. No, this system is not going high up into the atmosphere. We're not seeing a lot of lightning strikes, which a lot of folks might be a little bit confused by. Normally, our afternoon thunderstorms here in Florida, we see a ton of lightning. We're looking at very heavy rain and those storms very high up in the atmosphere. That's just not the case with these tropical systems because, again, this is all thanks to Tropical Storm Elsa. We talked about the potential for some isolated tornadoes, and we are starting to see it. Just to the south of Gainesville, in the Micanopy area, actually just to the west of that, we are seeing some heavy rain falling and the potential for some radar indicated circulation, Jamie, and that's very important at this moment.
Yeah, and that's a great point. We're going to probably have a lot of these, so y'all know as we go into the morning hours here. I'm going to pop the big view of the radar out in a minute, but when we have these tornado warnings, we're going to stay on this for you now. Leaving Marion County, you see the Micanopy area. We're going to hop on over into Alachua. Gainesville is going to stay likely on the eastern fringe of this thing, Allison. I'll go ahead and draw that out now. So everyone in Gainesville, just stick with us should we begin to see this kind of veer off course. But I think the course has been set now. It is moving quickly to the north and west at 40 miles per hour. So as it comes up into this direction, it looks like Alachua in that cone there. Gainesville, you're going to stay here on the eastern periphery of this as it lifts up and out toward Alachua. So you've got the heavy rain threat right now indicated by Fox 35 storm tracker radars. We're scanning this whole area right now. And that's one of the great things, Allison, about our radars. We operate multiple radar sites. So one, nothing gets by. Two, we've got the entire viewing area covered. To say that something's going to slip by, I think not. So again, right now, we need you in the city of Alachua, north and west of Gainesville. Consider just finding a safe place. Get into an interior room of your home. Certainly some pillows, a helmet, something like that, because that rotation, Allison, could come down to the surface. Right now, it looks like it's more of what we call kind of an upper level rotation. Radar indicated. No spotters have seen anything, and hard to. It would be rain wrapped, right?
And it's dark outside.
It's still dark out, exactly. So right now, and if you lose power, should you lose power, and you've got the Fox 35 Storm Team Weather app, you can stream this coverage right now. Allison and myself here in the Fox 35 Storm Center, you can stream it right there on your mobile device. So you can stay with us as the heart of this thunderstorm cell rotates into your region, because it is on the way right now.
That's exactly right. And Jamie, this all stems from Tropical Storm Elsa. We have been talking about it for the last week. If you have joined us, that's about 40 miles west of the peninsula right now. It's actually moving parallel and moving up to the north. Just so we get a wide view, actually it does look like it could be making landfall around Cedar Key at about 8 o'clock this morning. Right there, you can see that circulation, like I mentioned, just off the coast. But we are seeing rain bands. 1, I see 2, and I see 3. And this third outer one is where we are seeing the tornado warnings that we are currently tracking in our viewing area. And Jamie and I will be on the air with you throughout every single tornado warning, so you can depend on us in the Fox 35 Storm Center. We got your back. We're here with you. We want to make sure that everybody is staying safe. So if you do live in Marion County, passing just to the east of Ocala, going to be moving up toward Alachua County, we want to make sure that everybody is staying safe. And if you aren't under a tornado warned area right now, at least know where your safe place is. Alachua, if you do live in Alachua, know where that is, because we do have the potential for this tornado warning that we're tracking right along the I-75 corridor to be moving up your way within the next 30 minutes. But these are all outer rain bands thanks to Elsa, and you can see a lot of this off to the south. That is going to be hitting the Orlando metro very soon. Not good news for your morning commute. Just something to keep in mind.
Well, and you know, who's to say? I mean, well, I'll say it right now, actually. I mean, when you have that main feeder band, there is a load of rotation, and especially on that northern side. Al, you see where it's hooking back around, gets back out toward Crystal River, and then enters the Gulf of Mexico. This is that main band that's going to slip on through. That's the center of circulation right there. That's Elsa. We're looking for landfall probably at about 8 this morning, so we'll say within about 3 hours time. So right now, until we see landfall, the upper levels of the atmosphere here very chaotic with the upper level winds. That's where you get that rotation. So as that main rain band continues slipping east of where it is now, rain chances are going to increase, and drastically. Winds will also increase around Lake County, through the Orlando metro. Notice, Allison, though, we don't have a tornado watch active for Brevard or into Indian River County. Not to say you're free and clear. I mean, much can change, but for right now, it looks like that hot zone is the dead center of the state. I'm going to go back right now to Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. We're going to put this guy on live scan for you. I want to take a look at what's going on in Marion County. It looks like the rotation up at Alachua is easing a little bit. It
really does, and pushing well off to the west.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got our eyes on 2 right now. We continue now for the Marion County setup. This will go for another 15 minutes or so, roughly to about 5 a.m. I want to take you down into that area and show you where the heavy rain is right now in that warned area. Yeah, East Silver Spring Shore, it is dumping buckets. For those of you underneath that core very heavy rainfall, we are talking about crazy rainfall rates, Allison, at 5+ inches per hour. I mean, we've had a lot of rain, Yeah, it is incredible. We've had a lot of rain around here lately over the last several weeks, 6 to 10 inches in some locations. Yeah. You bring in Elsa now with tropical rain on top of that, an additional 4 to 6 inches. Yeah. And we're talking about the potential for power outages, of course, saturated ground, and the potential for low-lying flooding.
And that's exactly what we could be seeing as you head out the roads this morning. So we want to make sure that everybody is staying safe. If you are planning on heading out to work within the next hour or so in Marion County, want to make sure that you are well aware of what is falling outside right now. This pink area on your screen, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain and the potential for some radar indicated rotation. That means the upper levels of the atmosphere. And as Jamie and I have been explaining, these storms are not quite as tall as what we're used to seeing for some summertime afternoon thunderstorms. This is tropical moisture, so a different ball game. Because Elsa is rotating, hey, it's a tropical storm, there is the potential for rotation across the entire peninsula as we head throughout the morning today. So there is a tornado watch, which means we could be seeing isolated tornadoes continuing through at least 8 o'clock this morning. But right now we are zoomed in to Marion County, southeastern, right there, Jamie. That's exactly what we're looking at. This gold yellow color on your screen under a tornado watch until 8 a.m. and then the reds on your screen. Those are the 2 tornado warnings that we are currently tracking in Marion as well as Alachua County. But taking a live look at our Fox 35 storm tracker radar, this is the best in the business. We can see everything that is happening with inside the storm all across our viewing area. So we have you covered, and we are looking at areas just to the east of Bellevue and Ocala where we're seeing some of the heaviest rain. We're actually looking at some tops around 20,000 feet. So again, not quite as tall as what we're used to seeing, Jamie, and absolutely no lightning within this system, which is very, very different from what you are used to seeing.
And that's a testament when you talk about these tropical systems. In the summertime, we have these tremendous, what we call updrafts. It looks like, hot air rising through the core of these big towering thunderstorms. So that's vertical. In a tropical system, because the winds are so strong, it's more of a horizontal presentation in the atmosphere. Lightning strikes at absolutely 0 right now. It's a heavy rain threat, and it's this moderate rotation in the atmosphere that's touching off radar saying, hey, so there's some rotation, and that is why we've got these tornado warnings now. So the one for Lake has expired. I'm still tracking this one through the gut of Marion County right now. Some pretty open rural areas now. We've got the Moss Bluff, Electra, things like this. So some of the smaller great communities in Marion County have got some very, very heavy rain on top right now. These are moving rapidly. I'll animate it here and show you the general motion now, kind of to the north and northwest, Allison. And that looks like that is going to be the path a lot of these will be taking, at least for about the next hour or two. As we head to landfall, the winds are going to begin to exchange in the atmosphere. So storms will probably align a little bit more from southwest to north and east.
And this is exactly what we're seeing. Outer rain bands from Elsa as we speak. Some of them seeing very heavy rain. So we talked about 5+ inches per hour. Now, the interesting thing with that is because these systems are moving very quickly at about 35 to 40 miles per hour, there is the potential for some localized flooding. But because they're moving so quickly, you might be seeing a ton of heavy rain over your house. Maybe you're seeing that right now saying, Allison, yeah, that's exactly right. Well, it's going to be clearing out rather quickly too. We saw this tornado warning, for example, moving from Lake County up to Marion, just how quickly we are seeing this system move. And this is all thanks to radar indicated circulation. There are plenty of spotters in this area, and they have not seen anything. Most likely because of 2 reasons. It could be rain wrapped, and it's pitch black outside, so it's going to be very hard to see. That's why we are stressing, if you live in these areas, know your safe place. If you are in southeastern Marion County or in Micanopy area, we want to make sure you have that. Also, download the Fox 35 Storm Team Weather app. There is the potential for some power outages. If that were to happen to you, you have your cell phone handy, and there you can track the live radar with us, as well as get any of those watches and warnings sent to your phone, which could be life-saving. But for right now, this is just radar indicated circulation. We have not seen a tornado yet, but we want to mention that we are under a tornado warning until 5 a.m., Jamie. So that's about the next 13 minutes, but this could be continuing to the north. We're not going to be ruling that out at all. These storms are moving off to the north and to the west. So Silver Springs, we're looking at Fort Brooks Road, State Highway 40, State Highway 35, County Road 314, County Road 314. 15 as well. It looked like that looped around. Southeast 24th Street Road and Southeast 138th. Just trying to name off some roads. If you live there or you know anybody that does, very heavy rain is falling over you right now, and you are under a tornado warned area. And Jamie, we can expect these tornado warnings to continue as we head throughout the morning hours. We talked about the threat for some isolated tornadoes, and now we are seeing it. But you can depend on Chief Meteorologist Jamie King and I in the Fox 35 Storm Center. We are going to keep you safe. We are going to be tracking these storms hour by hour. And especially once Elsa does make landfall, which is set right around 8 o'clock this morning, it does look like all of the circulation going to be pushing up to the north, so then out of our viewing area. Yeah,
exactly. And that's when we start to really ease the potential here, Allison. And thanks for covering for me there. I'm just trying to get a beat on these storms. It looks like we've got two separate clusters going right now. We've got one east of Ocala that you can see here as we track these for you, and also one down here, which is in a little more of a rural area here. This one's got some tremendous rain with it around Electra right now over to Moss Bluff. And those of you along Southeast 138th Ave here along that roadway there, I want you to know that you've got some pretty impactful rain heading your way. So it originates down here near Moss Bluff, and you can see the two I'll broaden the view here for you, Allison. You can see the two independent areas of extremely heavy tropical rainfall. We got one here and we've got one here. Again, generally east of Metro Ocala here. So as they take you a little bit tighter, our first one again around the Electra area, Southeast 160th through 138th, and then up toward 24th Street. It begins to ease, and then we pick up the rainfall rate in the Silver Springs. I mean, that is some tremendous tropical rain. As we put a look at the core here, Al.
There we go.
Take a look at this thing here. I'll go ahead and drop a query on it. Again, it's 4 to 5 to 6 inches per hour. So if these are moving quickly, if they weren't, I would say, hey, we got some flash flooding issues. But as fast as they're moving at 30 to 40 miles to the northerly direction, we help to kind of mitigate or end that potential for any flash flooding. But boy, when it rains, Allison, in these tropical systems, it downright pours. And that's what's happening at Marion County right now.
That's exactly right. And this is not going to be safe to drive in. So if you were planning on heading out the door, if you're an early riser, you have work at 5 a.m., I would say back off and just wait until these heavy rain bands do eventually move toward the north and to the west. We are tracking two tornado warnings at the moment. The one that's just to the east of the Ocala region, that is going to expire at 5 a.m. And we're seeing another one that looks like it's still in the Micanopy area, bringing very heavy rainfall. That is going to expire at 5 a.m. as well. So about the next 10 minutes. But we are always tracking and always watching for you right here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. You can depend on us. That's me and Fox 35 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist Jamie King. Now, I do want to mention that these storms are moving very, very rapidly, about 40 miles per hour. That's not something that you normally see with systems, but that means it's going to be moving into the Hawthorne region in about 46 minutes there.
Yep, Hawthorne, yes. And yeah, that is at the bottom line of the track here. So you can see that in that tornado warned area there, right at Fort Brooks Road, it looks like this is getting ready to pass out of the warned area box here. So this may be doing one of those deals where it does expand out into northern portions of Marion County, closer to Reddick, and looks like it could move in again where we've had the action this morning, Allison, up in the northern portions of Marion and into Alachua County. That very heavy rain. I want to go back in toward the Micanopy area here and show you that we continue with tremendous rainfall rates within this storm. Yeah, I'll go ahead and query it here for you and show you that we're talking about, again, in this area, in the warned area, up to 6 to 7 inches of rainfall. And there's a live look now at the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder truck moving along at a very good clip down I-4. Our Cindy Cameron doing a great job bringing live inches. What is that, Lisa?
Heading toward I-75.
Toward I-75 now. So again, Cindy's kind of been poking in and out of this main cluster of storms and showers on that main rain band, doing a great job for us there. So we're bringing you images now with Allison and myself, navigating you, taking you through these tornado warnings now that have expanded through Marion into Alachua County. The Lake County tornado has expired, so that's good news there. But we are now continuing that kind of hopping process that we see as these upper level spinners go county to county to county, which is an amazing phenomenon when we talk about tropical weather, how long lasting these can in fact be.
And it's very interesting because we're going to be seeing the tornado warned area move not once, not twice, but maybe even 3 different regions of Marion County. That's the one that started in Lake County, now in southeastern Marion County, and we could be seeing this one moving up toward north central Marion County. But we are currently tracking 2 tornado warnings at the moment. Let's talk about the one near Micanopy right now. Actually, most of the heavy rainfall is falling just to the west of Micanopy as we speak. You can see some of the heaviest rain is going to be that pink color on your screen. So in the bottom right-hand corner of this tornado warned area, Jamie's doing a great job at showing the track of these storms. So moving into the Micanopy region within the next 14 minutes. That's going to be the cluster of heaviest rain. But you can see right now the green is going to be some of the lighter rain. But then as we get into the yellow, reds, and even that purple right there, this system is moving very, very rapidly. So yes, it's moving at anywhere from 30 to 35 miles per hour. So even though we're talking about a rain rate, and what that means is how much rain can fall with just a 1-hour time span, anywhere from 4 to 6 inches, that is a lot. So you're going to be getting a ton of rain, but because these are moving so quickly, it doesn't look like we'll at least be seeing any flash flooding from this system now, but there is the potential for some flooding in low-lying areas, something to keep in mind as you do head out the door. And as you saw from a live look at our Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder truck just about a minute ago, it's very hard to see on the roads. The roads are very slick, so it is maybe not the best idea to head out, especially if you live in Marion County, where we are tracking the downtown look. We want to take a live look. This is from a camera in Orlando. So not only is a lot of rain falling, but you can see the cameras bouncing up and down. Some of these outer rain bands of Elsa are slowly making their way off into the east. So we are talking about the tornado warned areas, but we do want to let you know that if you live in Orange, Seminole, and most likely western Volusia County, there is a high likelihood that we're going to be seeing some heavy rain making its way towards you, just like that camera that you're seeing on your screen. But Jamie, this is the heaviest rain in the tornado warned area right on the border of Marion and Alachua
Exactly.
counties.
Yeah, great analysis, Allison. So here's the deal right now. Those of you in Flemington, you got a tremendous core of rain right along County Road 318. Latest radar scan also revealing another hot spot here. So let me just clear this now, kind of reorient the radar right around Fort Drane. We continue very heavy rain. And Allison, you did a great job explaining that tropical connection and what that means to the rainfall rate, how fast per hour or less this rain is coming down. And there's another area, very heavy rainfall. Now, keeping in mind, this is moving very quickly, 30, 40 miles per hour to the north and west. So it doesn't have a very long time to sit on one spot too terribly long. So at least we've got that.
That's good news, yeah.
But I'm telling you, like blinding rain, I know a lot of you are wondering, and we've had inquiries on social media, do you know if my employer is going to have me come into work? No, we don't know that.
Yes.
You got to make that call. I don't know where you work, and of course, we certainly know where you live. And I can tell you, if you live in these northern areas of Marion County, near to the Alachua County border, you've got tremendous rain. So again, it's going to be one of these deals where the rain rates, the rain potential stays really high until we see landfall. And for much of the day, Allison, we're looking for very stout rain coverage all across our viewing area.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It is going to be very, very heavy rain at times. So if you woke up early this morning like we did coming into work, we were just seeing some sprinkles, but these outer rain bands finally making their way into our viewing area. And we talked about the potential for isolated tornadoes. And the tornado warnings that we are currently tracking are radar indicated. That means that no spotter has seen a funnel cloud as of yet, but we do want to mention that anything could be rain wrapped, and it is pitch black outside. So that does not make it easy for seeing where that potential rotation is. Either way, we are seeing blinding rain falling in these areas. Again, 2 tornado warnings in effect until at least 5 a.m. We're going to see what the National Weather Service is talking about. We have friends in Melbourne, Tampa, Jacksonville, Tallahassee. They're going to let us know, kind of covering all of our bases, what they are thinking about with these tornado warned areas. But right now we do know that they will be in effect until 5, so that's in about 3-4 minutes from now. And these systems are moving rapidly. We talked about Elsa moving rapidly as it moved through the Caribbean. That's kind of the theme of what we are seeing with this storm. Currently, Elsa is still moving parallel to the north, and we want to talk about the potential for a landfall. Is this the latest 5 a.m. update?
Yeah, Allison, this just came in. Current winds at 65, so we're looking.
Actually weakening with this this storm.
Yes.
We saw 70 with the 2 a.m. update, but now this is our latest 5 a.m. update down from the National Hurricane Center. This is fresh off the press. We're going to be seeing 65-mile-per-hour winds. Actually, it does look like the track has pushed west. So earlier we thought landfall was going to be near Cedar Key. It looks like that's actually going to be west, just off the coast near Cross City. So that's very interesting as we continue to get these updates, Jamie.
Yeah, so that's a big swing. So Cedar Key on the outskirts
right
there.
Here.
But one thing we have to keep in mind on that track, for those of you in Citrus, Levy, Dixie counties, you are on that right front quadrant. You're going to get whacked pretty good as that goes cruising by. We were estimating winds before the show, putting some graphics together. For those of you in the impact areas, do want to take a look at Levy County, what we expect up that way. And you can see here that we are looking from about 4 a.m., which obviously we're in that time frame now, through about 10 a.m. Those winds, Allison, 50 to 70 miles per hour. Gusts possibly 275 miles per hour.
Yes.
But maybe we take that down a little bit.
I think we're going to need to take that down. And again, we updated this off of what the National Hurricane Center was saying as of 2 a.m. But as of 5 a.m., right now we're only looking at sustained winds with inside the circulation of Elsa, which actually is just going to be south of what you're seeing on your screen, at 65 miles per hour. So in Citrus, Levy, Dixie counties, you could actually be seeing current sustained winds from 50 to 60. It does look like gusts of 70 might be a little much, but again, this is from graphics that we made as of the 2 a.m. update, but now we are seeing that update as of 5 in the morning, Jamie.
Okay, we've got a live pic from Cedar Key. May we get a gander at beautiful Cedar Key? Okay,
wow,
here we
there
go.
We go.
Yep, the sign's got that wobbly look to them, Allison. Those are some pretty sporty winds there, unloading now across Citrus and Levy County. So we've been on top of it there for you through this entire event as we honed in on that general area, looking for a landfall, a strike, either a strong tropical storm or hurricane. Now that potential for hurricane has diminished. We're talking about current winds now at about 60 to 65, but that thing is going to go plowing on by you, and all of those coastal counties, both in our Fox 35 and Fox 51 family, WOGX, we broadcast and cater to the good people of Levy and Dixie County. This thing's going to go racing by you, Elsa, so you're going to be on the eastern fringe.
Exactly.
Expect those winds to continue to increase. The surge potential is like out of sight. We're talking about a surge of 3 to 5. Maybe plus side of that. David Martin, I believe, is live somewhere on that coastline there. He'll be joining us as we get into the latter portions here of the morning show. I think into 5 o'clock, in fact, coming up shortly.
Jamie,
but
can we get a live look at the radar loop for Elsa right now?
Absolutely. Yeah, let's get a look at that as we can show what's happening
there we go.
with that. And you can see that center there, Allison, approaching the Big Bend region at this time. Yeah,
so it's very interesting. The latest track just came down, and we thought for the past 12 to 24 hours that we were going to be seeing landfall in Cedar Key. But the interesting thing is that they're now thinking, National Hurricane Center being that it's going to be a little bit more toward the west. And it looks like, because the system's just going to be moving right up to the north, whereas earlier we thought it was going to be curving up toward the north and to the east. But as of right now, that does not look to be the case. You can see that circulation right there on your screen. That's probably about 50 to 55 miles away from the coast, where we're seeing in Sugar Mill Woods and Spring Hill. But this is definitely going to be bringing a very big impact to Cedar Key. So no, it doesn't look like landfall is going to be right there, but we could be seeing a lot of the heavy rain, the convection, the potential for tornadoes, as well as the gusty winds right near Cedar Key. So Jamie, that's something that we're watching. It looks like both of those tornado warnings have expired. So that's great news.
They have, but do bear in mind, Allison, we've got another 3 hours or so of the potential for tornadoes. That watch continues here. Yeah, at least. Good point. Until 8 o'clock this morning. So again, the tornado warnings for northern Marion into southern Alachua County, that has been canceled. The Lake County tornado warning has been canceled, and the southeastern Marion County tornado has been canceled. So we're going to regroup here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Time now is 5:01. Good day Orlando rolls on this Wednesday morning. We'll continue our aggressive tracking of Tropical Storm Elsa, a landfall proposed as we head through the next couple of hours course, a little bit north and west of Dixie County now. They've adjusted that track with the current speeds and wind at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. Certainly much lower, less intense as we saw late last night at hurricane status. The intensity coming down, but still, as you can see, a lot of hazards tied tightly to this. We've got the tornado warning that has been discontinued now, canceled, but the potential for on that watch until 8 o'clock. We'll continue to track. Al will regroup in the Fox 35 Storm Center and bring you the latest now as we've gone into the 5 a.m. hour of Good Day Orlando. Ryan, we'll send it on back to you.
Good Day Orlando starts now with a storm alert.
Jamie, thanks. Great work, Allison. Jamie, an hour straight right there. It is 5 a.m., by the way, on this Fox 35 Storm Alert Day. A new tropical storm Elsa advisory just came down. We're going to get you a new video of bringing some big waves to Sanibel as well. The storm is expected to landfall later this morning. And, of course, we're bringing you live team coverage. David Martin, Sydney Cameron, and Jessica Albert all fanned out across
area, but we were mentioning how fast it was moving and that it was moving toward Alachua. And here we are tracking the potential for some radar indicated rotation. We're going to be seeing that red and green color on your screen. That is where the potential circulation is. Again, this is radar indicated. It's still dark outside. This still could be rain wrapped, so potentially hard to see. So if you do live in Alachua or any cities just to the east of that, we want to make sure that you are staying in your safe place right now. These storms do continue to track to the north and to the west at very fast speeds. So you could be seeing very heavy rain in your region. We're looking at anywhere from 16 to 13 mile per hour winds that are moving toward and away from the radar. These reds and green colors that we are highlighting on your screen is where we could be seeing that rotation. And this pink color on your screen on the reflectivity is showing some of the heaviest rain that we're seeing. Now, past history with this exact storm cell, we were seeing anywhere from 4 to 5 inches of rain falling in a short amount of time. And Jamie, that's exactly what we are seeing at this hour. That's the purple that you are seeing on your screen.
Exactly. So again, radar indicated rotation means that we're picking it up on the Doppler radar now as we magnify that beam out of Jacksonville, out of Duval County. We're scanning skies at Alachua now. So that's the best and closest radar site to give us perspective. Now, Allison, we took a look there at that velocity scan here.
Yeah.
Let me flip it on back here to the live mode and show you that while the winds down near the surface are not that impactful, that is usually a pretty good indicator that we continue with an upper type of level of rotation. So it really isn't down. The surface winds are a lot lighter, but at any time we could see that funnel come on down if there is in fact one and landing in that general area of Alachua County.
So it is going to be very gusty winds, especially in the upper levels of the atmosphere. And our friends at the National Weather Service in Jacksonville, they put out alerts probably about 10 minutes ago, letting us know that this was an area of concern, and they felt strong enough that there is the potential for some rotation. There is a chance for funnel clouds as we head throughout the early morning hours. This area was just extended into a tornado watch just about 6 minutes ago, and here we are with the tornado warning in Alachua County till around 6:30 this morning. Jamie is zooming right on in. State Highway 121, County Road 231, State Highway 20. If you live near those areas that I just mentioned, those roads, that's where we could be seeing the center of circulation and also the heaviest rain. The reds and the pinks on your screen in the reflectivity view, which we're looking at right now, even though it looks like a lot of colors, what we can tell you that this is very heavy rain falling, and we do have the potential for some gusty winds, not necessarily at the ground level, but we could be seeing that in the upper levels of the atmosphere. That's why we call this a radar indicated tornado warning. That means the radar is showing the potential for some circulation of those winds. That's going to be this bright green color on your screen, as well as these weaker red colors. So there is the chance for that to be, oh yes, here we are seeing a bright green right there, the chance for a funnel cloud to be forming. So Jamie, we are seeing some very heavy rain falling in this area, and we have been tracking this specific storm cell for at least the past hour and a half.
We have. And Allison, again, we are broadcasting here on Fox 35. As you know us and love us on Fox 35's Good Day Orlando. We also have a sister station. I always tell you about Fox 51 WOGX. We have a responsibility. We have a commitment to these communities in north central Florida. So I know you're asking, hey man, I'm in Orlando, I'm in Volusia County, I'm in Brevard County. Why are you talking about something up there at the University of Florida in Alachua County? Again, it's our commitment. Our viewing area is vast. Again, the range is very broad as far as the broadcast signal is concerned. So we are servicing now our north central Florida counties. We have an extension now to 8 a.m. too of the tornado watch that includes Alachua County at this time.
Yeah, and we saw that extended just within the past 8 minutes, and we knew that these tornado warnings were going to be, there's a chance for them as we continue up to the north. So Elsa is moving parallel with the peninsula. These outer rain bands are extending east into our viewing area. That's exactly what we are seeing right now in Alachua County, a tornado warning. Jamie's going to be using our 3D radar, and this is some great technology. We can see just how high these storms are, and Jamie, it looks like this is actually some of the tallest storms that we've been seeing throughout the morning.
Right, exactly. And again, a lot of these cells, Allison, that have been coming through and very typical of tropical activity, we call those low top cells. Now, if you reference our rainy season and the daily bubbling effect of thunderstorms on the peninsula, those cloud tops go 45, 50,000 feet high in the sky. These are a little more squatty. They have a tendency of really rotating, and they can jump from county to county to county. We saw that through Lake and Marion this morning. This one will continue moving in that general direction.
Toward Lake City up there.
Lake City. So, and that's all the way up near the Florida-Georgia line.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is a testament to what's happening right now, is that folding effect within these storm cells, folding in and then continuing on that run toward the north and west.
And moving at 40 miles per hour, I mean, that is rapid for this time of year. We're used to seeing the storms maybe a little bit slower. You're seeing a lot of rain, potentially ponding on the roads. Well, yes, we could be seeing anywhere from 4 to 5 inches of rain within a short amount of time. That's kind of the history of these storms with the tropical influence. But with moving at 40 miles per hour, well, we're going to be seeing the potential for some ponding on the roads and potentially flooding in low-lying areas. But I mean, it's something that we're always watching and tracking for you right here in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
Exactly. I want to bring Ryan and Danielle in now and continue this conversation, you guys. Obviously very busy, very active morning. We're committed to this as we've gone on air now. I think a cumulative total of about an hour and 20 minutes of tornado warning coverage. This is an interesting scene and one that may be with us for the remainder of the morning here in Central Florida.
And so having said that, when we talk about our viewers up there in Alachua County, right, with this tornado warning that is in effect right now, what should those viewers be doing right now in terms of if they haven't already brought anything in? Is it too late to do that? And obviously they should be hunkering down.
They should, yeah. Danielle, it simply stated a safe place. That's where you want to be during this type of situation. Now, when we talk about these tornado warnings, I mean, I'm looking at our National Weather Service chat. It's our line of communication with the National Weather Service in Jacksonville, which, by the way, they're giving us more information now.
Oh, great.
The tornadic cell located near the Gainesville Airport or near Gainesville, moving northwest at 35 miles per hour. So that's right on down here now, Allison. Go ahead and point that out.
Yeah, we're seeing that just south of Fairbanks.
Exactly. So if you are in this area here, want to find your safe place, again, radar indicated. If you have a safe place, or maybe if you don't, great recommendation, an interior room with some good solid foundation and walls away from windows. You certainly want to have maybe some padding, some pillows, whatever it be. And sometimes when these tornadoes are big and bad, we even recommend a baseball or bike helmet just to protect yourself should something fall down on top of you. That in itself is a main hazard. So Danielle, to answer your question, as we go back to the anchor desk, that is one of the things that we certainly do consider. It's all about safety. It's being in the right spot at the right time. And should you lose power, if you've downloaded that Fox 35 Storm Team weather app, should you lose power, you can stream this coverage you're seeing live right now with myself and Allie and Ryan and Danielle right there on your mobile device. So you're down with power, but you're up with us here on the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app. Danielle and Ryan?
Yeah, and if you've been with us since 4 a.m., this is our third tornado warning. We had one early in 2 different counties, and now we've got one obviously up there in Alachua County.
Exactly.
And, guys, here's the other thing that I find so fascinating is the fact that it's moving so fast, right?
Yes.
And it just seems to be just going from county to county to county to county. And when you talk about how vast our viewing area is, I know for those of our viewers who live here in the Central Florida area, they're also wondering, okay, what does this mean for me? What should I be doing right now?
Exactly. Well, I'll tell you, we showed you that main feeder band, and I'll go ahead and put it up here for you. We've got our eyes on Alachua County again. We are committed to covering this tornado warning. But Danielle, to answer your question, as we switch our sources here, right behind Allison, you can see
look at that
main rain band. Right. So what's happening is within that rain band, and it's pretty chunky. It's got the heavy rain. There's some wind gusts within there, 35, 40 miles per hour. Those gusts very brief, as this rain band is rather transient, at least in the movement from south to north. It's a conveyor belt of heavy convection right now. But within that, Danielle, to answer your question, there might be more rotation. And you can see, Allison, point out there near the Brooksville area, we've got another area, another rain band developing. That might affect Sydney Cameron, the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck. She's in Sumter County. Sid, I want you to stay in Sumter County. This is coming your way. And David Martin just endured one heck of a rain band, too, on the northern side there in
Cedar Key getting hit right there.
So, again, very, very intense rain. We got a live look right now at the Fox Storm Team Thunder Truck. And, again, it's all about the rainfall ebbing and flowing across the region.
Jamie, can we zoom out to that wide view? Because there's a few things that I wanted to point out. So earlier today, we were seeing most of that rain bands on the west side of the peninsula. Now they are slowly pushing off to the east. So Orlando Metro, I mean, we've been hearing heavy rain in our Fox 35 studios in Lake Mary. But Brevard County, I mean, you're just getting hit with the tail end of this rain. So it's definitely not as strong as what we are seeing a little bit further to the west. But if you take a look toward the south, south. Fort Myers is getting hit with very heavy rain. They are actually seeing some lightning strikes, unlike what we've been seeing here in East Central Florida throughout the day. So you can see the tail end of this outer rain band is slowly going to be pushing up to the north. So the Orlando Metro, you are still under a tornado watch. No, we haven't been tracking any tornado warnings in your area, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't see a spin up or two, because you can see these outer rain bands just continuing to push off to the east. Daytona Beach, you're not seeing any rain right now, but it is slowly going to be making its way to you. So even if you haven't seen the rain yet, maybe you're wondering, can I head out to work? Well, we want to let you know that very heavy rain is falling within any of these rain bands at anywhere from 4 to more than 6 inches per hour, but they're also moving very quickly. So we could be seeing even more power outages than what we're tracking right now, the potential for some localized flooding. And as always, we do continue to track any tornado warnings, and we are continuing to see one, Jamie, in Alachua County.
Right.
It's going to be moving through La Crosse, Haynesworth, Hans, as well as Santa Fe.
Exactly. Just communicating now, the Jacksonville Weather Service office, as they issue all of these warnings, we take it down to the literally to the nitty-gritty, to the street level, to keep you informed of what's happening in your county, in your neighborhood, literally on your street. Right now, we are told that, again, we can see it on radar here, that this is a very vigorous shower capable of producing a tornado, and this thing's located now 7 miles east of the town of Alachua. So if you're in this area, or 8 miles southeast of Worthington Spring, moving northwest at 35 miles per hour. So this is going to be leaving Alachua County fairly soon, Allison, but it's the very heavy rain, too, that I want to focus in on to let these good people here in Alachua know what's falling on their head right now. And we'll go ahead and take a look at our rainfall rate product. Again, our weather radar is incredible. We can go in, dissect the storm, take you in. It's called dual pole technology. So as we come on in, you can see, as we give a little spotter on here, you can see we're talking 5-7 inches per hour rainfall rates. Incredible.
Yeah, it is incredible. And this storm system is moving very fast. So Alachua, you're at the bottom of our screen. So you're almost out of the tornado warned area. That's just how fast this storm is moving. It is bringing some very heavy rain just up to the north and to the east of Alachua. We're seeing anywhere from 4 to nearly 7 inches of rain per hour. So no, you're not going to be seeing 7 inches of rain in your backyard, most likely, just on how quickly this storm is moving. But it's moving off to the north and to the west. That's been the general track of these storms as they do come out of Tropical Storm Elsa. And we've been talking about it all week, the potential for isolated tornadoes. And that's what we could be seeing here right now. It is radar indicated. So no spotter has seen a funnel cloud or a tornado touch the ground, but radar indicated does mean that we are seeing the potential for some rotation of the winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere. And Jamie and I have been here watching it, and they've been rather strong in the higher levels of the atmosphere, not necessarily on the ground level, but either way, you can see these pink and red colors on your screen just to the north of Alachua, actually directly north, is where we're seeing some of the heaviest rain, Jamie.
Exactly. Great job, Al. And, you know, the deal with this is that this is now the second or third one now through Alachua County. So as these storms wrap back around that center of circulation, that is where they're unloading now with that rotation potential. Danielle, we're going to bring you in now as we still track this. I want to bring you guys into the conversation. Vigorous storm cell on top of Alachua County, so I look for this trend to continue through the morning hours, especially in those areas.
I wonder, Ryan, and you probably are thinking the same thing. I'm thinking when you have rain, guys, that is just moving so quickly through an area like that, what kind of flood damage can those people expect? Because it's not sitting there, right? It feels like it's just kind of flying through.
It is, and that's one thing that can really help to kind of quell or tame the potential for flooding. Now, bear in mind, we've had several inches of rain all over the north central and east central peninsula, generally in our viewing area, over the last several weeks. Expected, you bet. It's rainy season, and when you bring in these tropical characters like Elsa, with additional rain, storm totals may exceed 4, 6, 7 inches in many locations. That's when you talk about flooding. Our soil here in Florida is very sandy in composition. It's almost like a coffee filter. When you pour water and it drains through efficiently, but eventually that efficiency stops, right? and it starts piling on up. So we talk about gusty winds, and it doesn't take much. 25, 30 mile per hour wind on sogged out sandy soil here in Florida can topple trees into power lines, and you're talking about power outages. So it's just a gauntlet, a realm of different hazards that come into play when we see this type of situation taking shape.
Yeah, and Danielle, I think another interesting point to that is even though we're seeing one rain band over Alachua County right now, there's going to be plenty more making its way up from the south. So even though they potentially won't see flooding right now, we're going to expect a lot more rain making its way up from the south to the north as Elsa continues to move and then eventually making landfall within the next few hours here.
And Jamie, I know most of our viewing area, if not all, is under tornado watch, but we are looking at the tornado warning in Alachua. How long does that extend to right now?
This ride is going to go until 6:30, so we've got about another 11 minutes. You know, if they canceled this early, I wouldn't be shocked or surprised as the rotation is weakening that. We'll go ahead and take a look at it now on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. I want to get a look here. We're going to use the storm relative velocity scan, Allison, as it's moving very quickly.
Let's change Wex 2 real quick.
Thank you for that point. A lot going on here. We'll take a look here and see what's going on with this thing. So again, you can see the rotation is weakened. I do not believe this is down at the surface, but we are covering it as such. If you're just joining us on Fox 35, we are responsible for another television station and viewing and broadcast area, North Central Florida, WOGX TV, Fox 51. We are also, again, committed to that area, just as we are at Fox 35. So we just want to let you know, if you're joining us for Good Day Orlando, we're covering a very broad area of storm potential, and it looks as though this is now near the Worthington area in Haynesworth. You can see it moving on up toward the Asan and Santa Fe area. That's right. So it's this area of these brighter reds, Allison. That
Northwest 75th Street, State Highway 235. If I'm naming any streets that you live on or are planning on traveling on, I would not go outside right now. You are under a tornado warning until 6:30. So that's about the next 9 minutes right now. This is radar indicated. So no, we have not heard reports of a funnel cloud and or a tornado touching down, but we want to let you know that there are some very strong winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere, about 29 miles per hour. So there is the potential for that rotation. As we take a wider look, you can see that this tornado warned area, the polygon, is shrinking. Alachua was once in this, but you can see just how fast this storm is moving. And with them kind of closing in on where the circulation is, that does mean that it is weakening just a bit, as we've been talking about, whereas most of the heavy rain is now off to the west through High Springs. Alachua, you will be seeing some heavy rain within the next 5 minutes here. It's going to be on and off with the potential for even more power outages than what we are already seeing, as well as the chance for some localized flooding. So Jamie and I have been watching this. We've been actually tracking this storm system for the last several hours when it moved up just south of Gainesville. So you can see how fast that this storm has been moving, 40 miles per hour. That's how quickly. I mean, you're going to be seeing some rain, and it's going to be out of your area, and then another rain band moving in. That's kind of going to be the trend of the morning, Jamie.
Right. And Allison, right now, the city center of Gainesville, close to the university and out towards suburban and Bevel Heights here, we've got some extremely high volume of heavy tropical rain. This is moving through quickly, as Allison did a great job in detailing for you. I want to take a look here at the rainfall rates around the Gainesville area. We'll let our sweep catch up here. It's probably going to reveal some pretty decent amounts of rain. Yeah, it's been this thing where we've been finding rainfall rates, like you see here, at about 5 to 7 inches per hour, but how fast it's moving through. And I say this, at least we've got that on our side, because that really helps to keep the flood potential on the lower side. Looks like, again, they're citing the storm's rotation weakening. We've indicated that as well. And that circulation broadening up near La Crosse, so not issuing a new tornado warning downstream of this one. That's great.
That's great
as
news.
It heads up toward the northwestern side of Alachua County.
That is great news, and that's something that we expected. But hey, there is a tornado watch for most of our viewing area, excluding Brevard County. So if you live in a Brevard County, you're probably saying not seeing much rain. Well, some rain showers could be on your way, but either way, this tornado watch in effect until 8 a.m. But we are tracking a tornado warning right now. That's why we are live on your television screen in Alachua County. That's part of our Fox 51 viewing area, which we are going to be making sure that all of our viewers are safe. Right now it is radar indicated, but as we take a wide look out, you can see this outer rain band extending through DeLand, Deltona, Altamont, Orlando, Kissimmee. It doesn't look like it's quite made its way to coastal Volusia County yet, but you can see that these outer rain bands are going to be bringing very heavy rain, and inside that we could be seeing some gusty winds. Already we were tracking, at least through the Orlando metro, about anywhere from 21 to 29 mile per hour gusts. Again, that was just about an hour ago, so something that we will continue to track, but we want to let you know that heavy rain is going to be expected with the potential for some isolated tornadoes. We've already tracked several tornado warnings throughout the morning today, and they've all been radar indicated, so no, we have not had a tornado touch down, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't. So we want to make sure that everybody is staying weather aware. If you can, download the Fox 35 Storm Team Weather app. There, if you do lose power, you can watch our live coverage as well as get any watches and warnings sent directly to your phone. And Jamie has drawn a track on when we can see some of the heaviest rain moving from the south to the north across the Orlando metro. Now, I want to bring this look in here, Allison, as we've got a lot of out-of-town visitors out at the theme parks, down toward the resorts and Disney. Heck of a time to visit us, right? A lot of you just got stuck here, so I want to just alert you to the fact that what we're seeing now is just some heavy rain. There's been some gusty winds, so those of you in the Disney Springs, near the Animal Kingdom, ESPN, Wild World Sports, that area of rainfall there south of Haines City is moving up into your general direction. So essentially what we're dealing with now is a conveyor belt of sorts of heavy tropical moisture. This is what we call literally the main rain band. There'll be more consecutive bands taking shape, but this is the main one that pushed in off the Gulf of Mexico, Allie, at about 12:31 a.m. this morning. How fast it's moving, how much real estate it has covered. I mean, it's amazing. It's incredible. The broad impacts of this system, as we have all tied this obviously to Tropical Storm Elsa, which will make landfall here over the coming hours there on the Gulf of Mexico side, north and west of Dixie County. But it is critical, Allie, that we stay on top of these areas here, because rotation, it could happen really at any time, and that's been the case in northern Florida this morning. Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we've been on the air immediately when a tornado warning has popped off, but we're only tracking the tornado warning up in Alachua County for the next 4 minutes. But we want to show you that some heavy rain is moving across the interior. So let's give you some arrival times in Kissimmee, about 25 minutes when you can expect some heavy rain making its way toward you. And if you are in Disney Springs, again, we have a lot of people visiting from out of state, and we do continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa and these outer rain bands making its way toward you. So you've probably seen the very heavy rain outside your window. Maybe it woke you up. If you're planning on heading out to work, just know that we could be seeing some localized flooding, especially in some low-lying areas, but we could also see even more power outages as well as slick road conditions, which is not good to drive on, as well as some blinding rain. So you can see just how far these rain bands extend all the way down to Cape Coral. We're looking at Bonita Springs, as well as moving toward Port Charlotte at the moment. So there is a ton of rain, and what we are seeing there is lightning. And Jamie, you and I talked about this. We've not been seeing a ton of lightning in our viewing area, but down to the south, definitely seeing that. And that's one of the things I always look for. We talk about the updrafts, the bubbling kind of effect within these storms, or what can turn a regular old thunderstorm rather severe. So as Allie's showing us right here, you can see how that is trailing out and then wrapping back across northern Florida and closer to that circulation. If I move the map here for you, you can see that circulation. Yeah, so that's that big spin there. So this is the main rain band. It's going to be on top of Orlando. Those of you out in Brevard County, your rain is hiking up now. The chance for it over the I-95 corridor at this time. The Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck is on the road, and it looks like we're also showing live pictures out at Cedar Key, where David is in Levy County. This is where Sydney Cameron is located in the Thunder Truck this morning. We are all over. We are spread out all across West Central, East Central, North Central Florida. We got you covered from top to bottom. Back here at home base, we are running our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. I could run multiple sites, nothing getting through. And I want to alert you in Brevard County now, your rain is moving on up now. The chances are increasing as I turn on our Melbourne sweep. You can see here right around I-95, Rockledge heads up. You got some heavy rainers coming your way. Titusville, Port St. John, and also into Volusia County and Flagler. This whole veil of very heavy rainfall is expanding your way at this time. We'll be in some of these areas here for you. Let me go ahead and stop the radar. I'm going to draw a track out here for you and show you this area here drawing closer and closer to Volusia County. So those of you out in Port Orange,
One Daytona, Edgewater out to Smyrna Yacht Club there, south of the causeway there at NSB, and Embry-Riddle, you've got about a 27-minute mark or so as the crow flies here that your impactful rains will begin to arrive. Heavy downpours, some gusty winds, but the concern has been the rotation this morning and some of this banding of the rain like we've seen in northern Florida.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've been tracking several tornado warnings, but right now tornado watches across our entire viewing area, excluding Flagler as well as Brevard. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not going to be seeing heavy rain. Now, something that's interesting, the center of circulation still out over the Gulf, but it's actually our latest update as of 5 a.m. from the National Hurricane Center does have it making landfall a little bit to the north and to the west of Dixie County. You can see that right here, and it's actually going to be making landfall around 8 a.m., potentially a little bit later, Jamie. So that's something that we're going to be watching very closely. And by the time it does make landfall, you can see it's going to be sneaking right up the east coast there, moving through southeastern Georgia as we head into the afternoon hours. But that doesn't mean that we are out of the clear, because we still do have the potential for some isolated tornadoes, but heavy rain bands will be continuing through at least 4 p.m., 5 p.m. a little bit later today. So there's that center of circulation. It is moving parallel with the coast. It has passed Spring Hill and is moving actually perpendicular to Dunellen right now. So that's something that we're watching very closely. They are getting hit very hard with that rain, Jamie.
And City cameras live in the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck in Sumter County. So that next band that is loading here near Spring Hill, that is heading in that general direction. So that'll expand out to the east. The main feeder band, and what's interesting is the forecast modeling looks to be honing in on some of the highest rain amounts right there where that band is taking shape. You can see that expanding out to the side of the valley there. So we're talking about an additional probably 3, 4, 5 inches with that one band alone. While it is moving, it's kind of sticking around now and expanding out to Brevard County.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So even you might get a quick heavy downpour, then light rain, but hey, another downpour is on your way. And that's something that we're going to be continuing to track as the system moves up, because yes, Orlando is getting hit with some light to moderate rainfall right now, but further off to the south, we are going to be tracking even more heavy rain. That's where we're seeing the lightning strikes, which we haven't been seeing necessarily here across east central Florida. But this is something that we will continue to watch as we head into the next several hours. And then once Elsa makes landfall, then winds are going to start shifting. Our atmosphere is going to be looking a little different, which is interesting.
Yeah,
it really is.
I want to just tell you now the tornado warning for Alachua County looks like that has been dropped now. Again, part of our Fox 51 viewership. We're responsible and dedicated to that area now. It's our sister station up there, so we do thank you for joining us here on Good Day Orlando. Certainly not a typical morning here on Good Day Orlando, so we're watching, we're tracking, we're keeping everybody ahead. There is a laundry list of hazards right now across the region, and our commitment spans wide and large here, all the way out past Orlando Metro. A lot of communities, a lot of county, a lot of broad population, thick population as you get up into our northwestern counties, so we've got to stay on top of that and keep everyone weather aware. We're in the 6:30 time frame now of Good Day Orlando on this Wednesday morning. We continue live tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. We'll send it on back to you, Danielle.
Good Day Orlando starts now with a storm alert.
And right now at 6:30, it is, of course, a Fox 35 storm alert day. This as Tropical Storm Elsa churns up Florida's west coast. The storm passing the Tampa area while you were sleeping. Good morning to you, Central Florida. It is good to see you on this storm alert day, Wednesday. I'm Danielle Knox.
Danielle, good morning. Certainly the monitor tells the story. I'm Ryan Elijah. Let's get right back to Chief Meteorologist Jamie King, of course, tracking a number of areas here in Central Florida. Jamie, good morning.
We want to give you the latest track now. We just shared it with you during our continuing coverage. Some severe weather over north central Florida and our Fox 51 viewership. Good morning to you in Alachua County. Your conditions there still posing a heavy rain risk. The tornado warning has been now canceled, discontinued for Alachua County. Let's hop into the track here, show you landfall, a strike here north and west of Dixie County here, just right at the border there near Cross City and the Steinhatchee area. Winds now at 65. We'll get another update likely at around 8 o'clock this morning, what we call the intermediate advisory on Elsa from the NHC. Good news is that we have managed to see this come down in intensity. We had a Category 1 hurricane for a pretty good duration overnight early this morning. The latest 5 a.m. proving otherwise now, but still a distinct threat, especially for the counties here in the coastal areas of the Big Bend, with that track off toward the northerly direction there. So everyone on that eastern side feeling the effects. Heck, we've got them here in Central Florida this morning with that main pocket of heavy rain. There's been some rotation. Now that is expanding out a little closer to some of our coastal counties and communities. Still some active tropical storm warnings and watches. Lake County a watch. Warnings indicated there in the orange. That hurricane warning likely to fall off soon over the Gulf of Mexico. Tornado watch continues for pretty much the whole viewing area. The exception has been Brevard and down into portions of Indian River County. This falls off that watch at 8 o'clock this morning as we see landfall. So there's a look at it for you. We're watching. We're tracking. Heavy rain band on top right now. We'll have more coming up in just a bit. For now, I want to send it back to you, Ron and Danielle.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much. And because of that heavy rain you've been talking about, we want to give you a look at conditions outside. This is the 408 right now, and as you can see, traffic is moving very well on this stretch of roadway, but we mentioned the rain, right? So if you are going to be out and about today, make sure that you are careful when you're out there on the roadways. It could be slick. It could also be a little windy while you are out there as well. And keep in mind, there are several colleges that have had summer courses that have been canceled today because of the weather that we are experiencing from a tropical Storm Elsa.
Yeah, almost wherever you're waking up with us in our viewing area right now, that's the scene you're going to see this morning. Also, watching power, the biggest county we've seen with outages would be in the Tampa area. We've seen Hillsborough County with about 15,000, about 4,000 in Pinellas. So much of the power outages right now are in the Tampa area. We'll continue to watch that throughout the morning. A number of crews are standing by all throughout the state of Florida should they lose power.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that's great about watching us right here on Fox 35 is that we do have crews all over. And I think that you said you wanted to get on out to the shot that David is at in Cedar Key right now. As you can see, he has been getting, boy, just an awful lot of rain as this morning progresses. You see him standing out there now, and also his crew. It is not good out there at all where David is. David, I don't know if you can hear me. David, can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning, Danielle. I'm just struggling